Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The autumn wind carried whispers of change across the plains of Rowan, rustling through the golden grass like secrets passed between conspirators. In the pre-dawn light, Owen, daughter of Omund, watched from the shadows of a stable as another mysterious rider departed Meduseld, the golden hall of the horse lords. This was the third such departure she had witnessed this week, and like the others, the rider bore no mark of Rowan upon their armor. For many moons now, Owen had observed the growing darkness that seemed to creep through the halls of her uncle's court, like a slow poison. King Thodin, once proud and strong, had become a shadow of himself, his words increasingly shaped by the whispered counsel of Grandma Wormtongue. But it was not just Wormtongue's influence that troubled her. There were other changes, subtle yet significant, that spoke of a deeper corruption taking root in the heart of the Riddermark. In defiance of custom and convention, Owen had spent years secretly training with the Rohirrim, learning the arts of sword and spear under the cover of dawn and dusk. Her brother Omer, Marshal of the Mark, had turned a blind eye to her activities, perhaps understanding that dark times might require every able sword. Now, those skills would serve a greater purpose than she had ever imagined. The mysterious riders had begun appearing shortly after the arrival of a group of merchants from Dunland. Their leader, a man who called himself Galmid, spoke with a silver tongue and bore gifts that seemed to entrance the court's nobles. But Owen had noticed how his eyes seemed to hold secrets, and how his questions always probed at the defenses of Rowan's borders and the loyalties of its various houses. On this particular morning, Owen made a decision that would alter not only her fate, but that of the Riddermark itself. Donning riding leathers and a light mail shirt beneath a dark cloak, she mounted her steed, Windfalla, and set out to follow the mystery rider's trail. The tracks led north, toward the Gap of Rowan, but then unexpectedly turned east along the foothills of the White Mountains. It was near the ancient waypoint of Dunharrow that fate intervened. As she tracked the rider, Owen encountered a small company of travelers. Alder, a scholar from Gondor who spoke of disturbing patterns in the movement of spies across the realms of men, and Celebrier, an elven tracker from the Golden Wood who had been following his own trail of suspicion south. Their paths had crossed not by chance, but by design of powers greater than themselves. Alder revealed that he had been studying ancient records in the libraries of Minas Tirith when he discovered references to a strategy used by the enemy in ages past, the systematic weakening of alliances through carefully placed agents of discord. The pattern he saw emerging in the present day was too similar to be coincidence. Celebrier, with a long sight of the Elves, spoke of similar disturbances reaching as far as Dale and the Lonely Mountain, where the hearts of men and dwarves were being turned against one another by whispered doubts and manufactured grievances. Together, they uncovered a web of intrigue that stretched far beyond Rowan's borders. The merchants from Dunland were no merchants at all, but agents of Saruman the White, working to sow discord and distrust among the free peoples of Middle-earth. The mysterious riders were their messengers, carrying intelligence and instructions between various cells of conspirators. But it was in the highlands near the source of the Snowborn River that they made their most disturbing discovery. In a hidden valley, Protected by both natural barriers and subtle enchantments, they found a gathering of dark-cloaked figures. Among them was Galmid, speaking in a tongue that made Celebrier's fair face grow grave, the black speech of Mordor. The complexity of the conspiracy became clear. Saruman was not just weakening Rohan's defenses. He was systematically dismantling the network of alliances that had long stood against the shadow in the east. His agents had spread far and wide, whispering poison into the ears of kings and counselors, turning ancient friends into suspicious rivals. Using Aldr's knowledge of diplomatic protocols and Celebrier's woodland craft, Awen devised a plan to expose the conspiracy. They gathered evidence of the betrayal documents, tokens, and testimonies from those who had been unwittingly ensnared in the web of lies. But their investigation had not gone unnoticed. As they rushed to return to Meduseld with their proof, they found themselves pursued by dark riders whose mounts moved with an unnatural speed. In a heart-stopping chase across the plains of Rohan, Awen proved her worth as a shieldmaiden of the Mark. Her mastery of horse and sword, combined with Celebrier's bowcraft and Aldr's knowledge of the land's hidden paths, allowed them to outmaneuver their pursuers and reach the Golden Hall. But the final battle would not be fought with swords. In the court of Thodin King, before the gathered lords of the Mark, Awen and her companions presented their evidence. The proof was irrefutable. Letters sealed with the white hand of Isengard, testimony from captured agents, and most damning of all, a ring bearing Saruman's mark found among Gurma's possessions. The revelation sent shockwaves through the court. Lords who had been turned against one another by whispered lies saw how they had been manipulated. The fog of confusion that had settled over Thodin began to lift as he realized how he had been deceived. Gurma was seized before he could slip away, and the network of spies within Rohan began to unravel. But even as this victory was won, darker news arrived from the north. Celebrier's kin brought word that similar webs of deceit had been woven throughout the kingdoms of men and dwarves. The war for the soul of Middle-earth had begun long before the first sword was drawn. In the aftermath, Awen's role in uncovering the conspiracy earned her not just the respect of the Rohirrim, but also new responsibilities. Thodin appointed her as his personal agent, tasked with maintaining the renewed bonds between the free peoples of Middle-earth. She had proven that the strength of the Mark lay not just in its spears and horses, but in the vigilance and courage of all its people. As summer turned to autumn and the shadow in the east grew longer, Awen stood upon the steps of Meduseld, watching the sun set over the plains of Rohan. The conspiracy had been exposed, but she knew this was only the beginning. War was coming, not just a war of swords and spears, but a war for the very soul of Middle-earth. And when that day came, the riders of Rohan would be ready, their alliances strong, their resolve unshaken by the whispers of shadow. The wind still carried secrets across the plains, but now Awen knew how to listen and how to distinguish truth from treachery. In the gathering darkness, she had found her true calling, not just as a shield maiden of Rohan, but as a guardian of the alliances that would one day save them all. Storie 2, the morning mist still clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton when young Peregrine Perry Brownlock discovered something that would change his life forever. While tending to his family's prized tomato garden, his hoe struck something that wasn't a root or stone, a weather-worn leather tube sealed with curious silver clasps that bore the mark of a wizard's rune. Perry knew the stories well enough. Gandalf the Grey had passed through the Shire countless times over the years, often staying with the Bagginses at Bag End. But this discovery, half buried in the soft earth of the Brownlock family garden, sparked a fire in Perry's heart that no respectable hobbit would have approved of the desire for adventure. Inside the tube, he found a map unlike any he'd seen in Bilbo's books. drawn in Gandalf's distinctive hand. It marked locations across the ancient kingdoms of Arnor with curious symbols and annotations in both common speech and what appeared to be Elvish script. Most intriguingly, there were 7 spots marked with a symbol that looked like a crowned star, places where, according to the map's legend, the old kings kept their secrets. Perry might have dismissed it as an old curiosity, had fate not intervened the very next day. A dwarf arrived at the Green Dragon Inn, introducing herself as Darina Ironbeard, a merchant from the Blue Mountains. But Perry noticed how her eyes sharpened at the mention of old ruins, and how her questions always seemed to circle back to the ancient histories of the North Kingdom. It was she who first recognized the significance of Gandalf's map when Perry cautiously showed it to her. These markings, she'd whispered, her finger tracing the crowned stars, they show the locations of the stone cache's secret treasuries where the lords of Arnor hid their most precious artifacts when their kingdom began to fall. We'd thought their locations lost to time, but they weren't alone in their interest. A stranger in a weather-stained cloak had been watching their conversation from the shadows of the inn. Later that night, as Perry hurried home along the moonlit paths of Hobbiton, the stranger revealed himself a ranger of the north who called himself Talion. That map was not meant to be found, Talion said gravely, his gray eyes reflecting the starlight. Not yet. But now that it has surfaced, we must act quickly. Saruman's spies are everywhere, and there are darker things stirring in the wilds between here and Bree, and so began an unlikely fellowship, a hobbit who had never ventured beyond the Brandywine, a dwarf merchant with secrets of her own, and a ranger who seemed to know far more about the map's significance than he was willing to share. They set out at dawn, following the first marker on the map, which pointed to the ruins of an ancient watchtower in the hills beyond the Shire's borders. Their journey took them through lands that Perry had only heard of in stories, the haunted ruins of Old Cardolan, where ancient Barrow Wights still guarded their cursed treasures. The misty hills of the Weathertop, where stone circles marked places of old power, and the deep forests where streams still sang with the echoes of elven songs. At each site marked on the map, they found more than just relics. They discovered pieces of a greater puzzle, fragments of an ancient warning about a power sleeping beneath the hills of the north, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The artifacts they recovered were not mere treasures, but keys and seals placed by the last kings of Arnor to contain something they couldn't destroy. Their quest didn't go unnoticed. Twice they were forced to hide from dark riders on black horses, their hooves making no sound on the forest floor. In the ruins of an old fortress, they encountered agents of Saruman, seeking the same artifacts, but for darker purposes. Perry discovered that even a hobbit's natural stealth could become a powerful weapon when combined with courage and quick thinking. Darina proved her worth not just in combat, where her axe sang with the skill of her people, but in her deep knowledge of ancient crafts. She could read the maker's marks on ancient stonework and recognize the significance of seemingly ordinary objects that they recovered from their hidden caches. Talion's true identity was revealed when they reached the last cache, hidden in the depths of an ancient barrow. He was no ordinary ranger, but one of the Díndain chieftains, tasked by Gandalf himself with protecting the secrets of the old kingdoms until they were needed. The map had been meant as a guide for dark times yet to come, when the strength of the old kingdoms would need to be awakened once more. Their final discovery was both wonderful and terrible, a set of ancient palantry shards, smaller than the great seeing stones of legend, but powerful in their own right. These fragments had been used by the kings of Arnor to maintain their realm's defenses, creating a network of wardstones that could be awakened in times of great need to protect the lands of the free peoples. But they also learned why Saruman sought these artifacts so desperately. In the wrong hands, the shards could be used to corrupt the ancient wards, turning defenses into weapons and opening paths for darker forces to move unseen through the North Kingdom. The White Wizard's betrayal ran deeper than any had suspected. As they worked to re-establish the ancient wards, using Darina's craft and Talion's knowledge of the old ways, Perry found himself doing things no hobbit had done for countless generations, speaking words of power in the ancient tongue of Inmenor, helping to rekindle magical protections that had slept for 1,000 years. When at last they returned to the Shire, the world seemed both larger and smaller to Perry Brownlock. Larger because he had seen wonders and terrors beyond anything in his books and stories. Smaller because he now understood how connected everything was, how the peace of his beloved Shire depended on ancient magics and the vigilance of unsung heroes. The map was returned to its leather tube, but not buried this time. Talion took it north to be kept safe among the Nidane's treasures. Darina returned to the Blue Mountains, though she would often visit the Shire in later years, bringing news and trading stories over a pipe at the Green Dragon. As for Perry, he returned to his garden, but with changed eyes. Every morning mist now held the possibility of magic, every ancient stone the whisper of forgotten tales. He had helped protect the realms of men in ways that wouldn't be spoken of in any great histories, but would be felt in the continued peace of the free lands. And sometimes, on quiet evenings, he would look east toward the Weather Hills and remember that beyond his comfortable hobbit hole, ancient powers still slumbered, waiting for the day when they would be needed again in the great tale of Middle-earth. Story 3. The Golden Leaves of Lothlorien whispered ancient secrets as Miriel moved silently through the twilight realm of the Galadrim. Even after centuries of dwelling beneath these malorn trees, the ethereal beauty of her home never ceased to fill her heart with wonder. But tonight, something was different. The songs of the trees carried notes of disquiet, and the very air seemed to pulse with an unfamiliar tension. As one of Lady Galadriel's chosen sentinels, Miriel had been tasked with investigating disturbances along the forest's borders. Reports had come from the March Wardens of strange shadows moving against the natural flow of darkness, and of trees whose golden leaves had begun to turn black without falling. But nothing had prepared her for what she found on this night. At the forest's edge, where the influence of Galadriel's power began to wane, she discovered 3 burnings, the shape-changing folk of the Anduin Vale. They lay wounded beneath the eaves of the wood, their powerful forms bearing marks of battle, unlike any Miriel had seen before. The eldest among them, a warrior named Grimbar, spoke of an ancient evil stirring in the depths of the misty mountains. The old stones weep with dark magic, Grimbar had told her, his voice rough with pain. We tracked a pack of wargs to their lair, but found instead a chamber of black crystals that sang with voices from the elder days. Our strongest warriors fell into shadow-haunted sleep. The moment they drew near, Miriel brought the burnings to healing glades of Kara's Galadhon, where the lady's power was strongest. As they recovered, more troubling news arrived. Halder, chief of the March Wardens, returned from his patrol with reports of similar black crystals emerging from the ground along the forest's eastern borders, and with them came a creeping darkness that even the light of the golden wood struggled to hold at bay. It was in the hall of Lady Galadriel that the true scope of the threat became clear. The Lady of Light, her ageless face grave with concern, revealed what her mirror had shown her. The enemy seeks not to breach our borders by force, but to corrupt the very foundations of our power. These crystals are seeds of darkness, planted in the first age by Morgoth himself, waiting for the right moment to sprout and spread their poison. The task that fell to Miriel was both vital and perilous. With a company of 3 rangers of the north who had been sheltering in Elreen, and Grimbar's keen-eyed daughter Astrid, She set out to find the source of the corruption before it could take root. Their path led them through the shadowed valleys between the great mountains, where ancient evil still lingered in forgotten places. In the gray twilight of a deep vale, they encountered their first real test. A group of ORCs, led by a particularly cunning Uruk, had established a camp around one of the larger crystal formations. But these were no ordinary servants of the enemy. Their armor bore the white hand of Saruman, revealing that the corruption of Isengard reached further than any had suspected. Through Astrid's wilderness craft and the ranger's stealth, they managed to infiltrate the camp and discover the true purpose of Saruman's interest. The White Wizard had learned of these ancient seeds of darkness and sought to use them to unravel the protective enchantments of LOTR from within. Each crystal acted as a conduit, channeling corruption into the deep roots that connected all things in the Golden Wood. But it was in the highest valleys, where the air grew thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch, that they found both answers and greater danger. Here stood an ancient circle of standing stones, carved with symbols that even Galadriel's lore had not prepared them for. The crystals were not merely seeds of corruption, they were keys, meant to unlock something that had been sealed away since the First Age. In a desperate night of battle and magic, Miriel and her companions faced not only Saruman's servants, but shades of ancient evil that had lingered since the Elder Days. The ranger's steel and Astrid's beast strength proved as vital as Miriel's elven magic. Together, they discovered that the crystals could be unmade by combining the light of the elves with the primal strength of the burnings, turning darkness back upon itself. Victory came at a cost. One of the rangers fell defending Astrid from a shade of particular malevolence, and Miriel herself was wounded by a shard of crystal that left a mark of frost upon her immortal flesh. But they succeeded in their task, cleansing the valleys of Morgoth's ancient taint and strengthening the bonds between the free peoples of Middle-earth. When they returned to LOTR, they found the golden leaves falling in their natural time once more, and the songs of the trees had returned to their usual harmony. But something had changed. The experience had forged new connections between the isolationist elves and their mortal allies. Galadriel, in her wisdom, recognized that such bonds would be crucial in the growing darkness. Miriel remained at her post as sentinel, but now she often worked in concert with the burnings who patrolled the valleys and the rangers who passed like shadows through the wild lands. She had learned that the strength of LOTR lay not just in its ancient magic, but in its connections to the world beyond its borders. The black crystals were gone, but their memory remained as a reminder that no realm, no matter how enchanted, could stand alone against the gathering dark. As Miriel stood upon a high flet, watching the sunset paint the Malorn leaves with fire, she understood that this had been just one battle in a much larger war. But it had shown that when the free peoples stood together, even the oldest darkness could be overcome. And so it was that when the final war for Middle-earth began, the bonds forged in those shadowed valleys helped ensure that LOTR remained a light in the darkness, a beacon of hope in a world increasingly shadowed by fear. The ancient evil had failed in its attempt to corrupt the Golden Wood, and in its failure had only strengthened the alliances that would help decide the fate of all free peoples. Story 4. The eternal darkness of Moria held secrets deeper than its mines and older than its stones. Thorin Stonehand knew this better than most as he traced ancient runes carved into a wall that hadn't felt a dwarf's touch in over 1,000 years. The young master smith's beard was still short enough to mark him as barely into his 2nd century, but his eyes held the weight of ancient knowledge passed down through generations of the Longbird clan. In the flickering light of crystal lamps, Thorin and his small company had ventured deeper into Moria than any expedition in recent memory. The upper halls might have been lost to darkness and death, but here in the deepest delving, ancient magic still held some power against the shadow. It was here, in these forgotten depths, that they had found something extraordinary, a sealed door bearing the mark of Celebrimbor himself. The craftsmanship is unmistakable. Whispered in Ree, the company's loremaster, his quill scratching furiously in his chronicle. These are doors of waiting, mentioned in the oldest scrolls. The elven smiths and our ancestors sealed away their greatest works when darkness first fell upon Moria. The company numbered 7. Thorin the smith, and Ree the loremaster, twins Fili and Killy, whose axes had already proven vital against the deep-dwelling things they'd encountered. DS the seer, who could read the meanings hidden in stone. Old Gerar, whose knowledge of mining had kept them alive in treacherous passages. And young Ori, whose quick eyes had spotted more than one deadly trap. The door's unlocking required both craft and cunning. DS pressed her hands to the stone, listening to its memories while Thorin worked with mithril tools so ancient they had been old when Durin's bane first awakened. Hours passed in the deep silence before the door finally yielded, swinging open with a sound like a mountain sighing. Beyond lay a forge unlike any they had ever seen. The great anvil at its heart bore the marks of both elven and dwarvish craft, and the walls were lined with weapons and armor that gleamed with an inner light. But it was the scrolls that drew in Ree's attention, hundreds of them, preserved by arts unknown to latter days, containing secrets of crafting that had been lost since the First Age. Here lies the knowledge of how the great rings were forged, and Ree breathed, his hands trembling as he unrolled an ancient parchment. And more the secrets of binding light to steel, of speaking to the very soul of stone, but they were not alone in their discovery. As they explored the chamber, shadows deeper than the surrounding darkness began to gather. The things that dwelt in the depths of Moria had sensed the opening of the ancient door, and they hungered for the treasures within. The first attack came without warning, twisted creatures that had once been ORCs, but had evolved in the lightless depths into something far worse. The twins' axes sang in harmony as they met the assault, while Ori's sling found marks in the darkness with uncanny accuracy. But for every creature they felled, 2 more emerged from the shadows. It was then that Thorin made a desperate choice. Among the ancient weapons, he had found a hammer marked with runes of power. Taking it up, he felt knowledge flow into his mind, not just of crafting, but of unmaking. With a cry in ancient Khosdal, he struck the floor of the forge chamber. Light exploded from the impact point, driving back the darkness and revealing the full horror of what surrounded them. The creatures were servants of a greater power, a spirit of shadow and flame that had taken up residence in the deep places, drawn by the ancient magic sealed away in the forge. Not Durin's bane itself, but something nearly as ancient, a thing that had slept since the elder days until their arrival had awakened it. What followed was a battle of both steel and sorcery. While the warriors held off the lesser creatures, Thorin and DS worked together, combining the power of the hammer with the seer's ability to read the intentions built into the very stones of Moria. They discovered that the forge chamber had been designed not just as a workshop, but as a trap for such ancient evils. The price of victory was high. Gerar fell defending the scrolls from creatures that would have destroyed them, and DS's gift of stone seeing was burned out by the power she channeled. But in the end, they managed to seal the evil back into the depths, using arts wrought by both elven and dwarvish hands in the First Age. Not all the treasures could be carried away. Some were too powerful, too dangerous to risk removing from their ancient resting place. But the knowledge they recovered would change the fate of their people. The scrolls spoke not just of crafting, but of the proper use of power, of the importance of cooperation between the free peoples, and of ancient evils that might one day need to be fought again. When they finally emerged from the depths, they found that their journey had taken longer than they'd thought. Rumors had reached the upper halls of darkness growing in Dal Guldur, and of a shadow spreading across Mirkwood. The knowledge they had recovered would prove vital in the coming years, as the free peoples of Middle-earth prepared for a conflict greater than any had foreseen. Thorin Stonehand returned to the forges of Erebor, where he began the slow process of recreating the ancient arts they had discovered. The hammer he had used was sealed away, but its touch had left him with understanding that would take a lifetime to fully grasp. The twins became guardians of the secret ways they had discovered, ensuring that none would accidentally awaken what slept below. Ori devoted himself to copying and preserving the ancient scrolls, ensuring that the knowledge would not be lost again. And deep in Moria, behind a door that would remain sealed until the end of days, the forge chamber stood silent once more. Its treasures, though untouchable, had served their purpose not to provide weapons for a single battle, but to pass on knowledge that would help prepare the dwarven people for the challenges that lay ahead. In later years, when darkness fell upon Middle-earth and the War of the Ring began, the weapons and armor that came from Erebor's forges bore touches of that ancient knowledge. And if any noticed that they seemed to shine slightly brighter in the presence of evil, or that they turned aside enemy blades with uncanny regularity, they simply attributed it to the legendary skill of dwarven smiths, never knowing the true source of these abilities. Story 5. The crystal forest of Minas Tirith whispered with secrets on the night. Kalena found the ancient scroll. As keeper of the White City's lesser archives, she had spent countless hours among the dusty shelves and forgotten tomes, but never had she seen writing that glowed with its own inner light, as if starlight had been captured in the very ink itself. The manuscript spoke of rings, not the great rings of power whose tale every child of Gondor knew, but lesser rings, forged in secret by Celebrimber's apprentices in the early days of their craft. These were practice pieces, experiments in the art of binding magic to metal, each containing but a fraction of the power that would later be woven into the great rings. Yet even these lesser works held power enough to be dangerous in the wrong hands. As Kalena delved deeper into the text, a shadow fell across her desk. Standing in the doorway was Thorin, son of Diin, an envoy from Erebor whose presence in the White City had caused much speculation. The dwarf's eyes fixed upon the glowing script with an intensity that spoke of recognition. "So," he said, his voice rough as mountain stone, "the signs were true." The Nazgul stir in the east, not just for their master's call, but for these forgotten treasures. The truth emerged over cups of dwarven fire wine in a secluded corner of the archives. Thorin revealed that the dwarves of Erebor had their own records of these lesser rings, 15 in total, scattered across Eriador in the chaos following a region's fall. Now, with Sauron's power growing in the east, his wraith sought these lesser rings to boost their own power before their master's return. Their path became clear. They had to find these rings before the enemy. But they would need help. Through Thorin's connections, they recruited Aldamir, a ranger of the north whose knowledge of the old kingdoms was unmatched. To their surprise, a rider of Rohan named Awen, though not the shield maiden of legend, joined their quest, bringing with her skills learned from tracking the swift horses of her homeland. Their journey took them first to the Weather Hills, where ancient watchtowers still stood guard over forgotten roads. In the ruins of Amon Sel, they found the first ring, hidden within a secret chamber that only Aldamir's knowledge of ranger lore could unlock. It was a simple band of silver with a single blue stone, yet even untrained eyes could see the subtle glow of power within it. But they were not alone in their search. Dark riders had picked up their trail, moving like shadows in the night. In the ruins of Fernost, they faced their first direct confrontation with the servants of the enemy. The clash of steel echoed through ancient halls as Thorin's axe, and Owen's sword held back the dark creatures while Kalenna worked to decipher the enchantments protecting another of the rings. Each ring they recovered revealed more of the story. These weren't mere practice pieces, they formed a connected whole, a network of power meant to strengthen the defenses of the Free Peoples. Some gave insight into the thoughts of others, some could call to beasts of the wild, while others held dominion over wind and weather in small ways. Their quest led them through the depths of the old forest, where ancient trees remembered the wars of the First Age, and into the Barrow Downs where the dead still walked. In each place, they found evidence that the Nazgul had passed before them, searching with cruel efficiency for the scattered rings. The true nature of their peril became clear in the ruins of Enmenas by the shores of Lake Evendim. There, in a chamber deep beneath the old king's palace, they found both rings and answers. The lesser rings had been scattered deliberately, forming a web of power that helped maintain the protective enchantments of the North Kingdom. If the enemy gained control of enough of them, he could unravel these ancient defenses before his final assault. But time was running out. News reached them of dark movements in the east, of Sauron's growing strength in Dal Guldur. The Nazgul had already claimed several of the rings, using their power to strengthen their own dark abilities. The race to find the remaining rings became desperate. Their final test came in the ruins of Tharbad, where 3 of the rings had been hidden in the vaults beneath the old city. As they worked to recover these last precious artifacts, the Nazgul themselves descended upon them. In the battle that followed, each member of their company proved their worth. Thorin's knowledge of craft allowed him to recognize and counter the ring's various powers. Owen's courage and skill kept the wraiths at bay, while Aldamir used his understanding of ancient lore to help Kalenna activate the protective enchantments hidden within the ruins. Together, they managed to claim the final rings and escape, though not without cost. Thorin bore a wound from a Morgul blade that would pain him for the rest of his days. With the recovered rings in their possession, they faced a final choice. These artifacts could not be destroyed, not without knowledge that had been lost with Celebrimber's death. Instead, they worked together to establish new hiding places. Using Kalenna's understanding of ancient texts, Thorin's craft, Aldamir's knowledge of secret places, and Owen's swift paths to scatter them once more across the north. But this time, the rings were hidden with purpose, placed to strengthen the defenses that would be sorely needed in the coming war. Each location was chosen carefully, creating a web of power that would help protect the realms of men and dwarves in the dark days ahead. When they finally parted ways, each returned to their own people, carrying not just the memory of their quest, but a deeper understanding of the bonds between the free peoples of Middle-earth. Kalenna returned to her archives, but now she read the ancient texts with new eyes, understanding that every dusty scroll might contain secrets vital to the coming struggle. In later years, when the War of the Ring engulfed Middle-earth, few knew why certain strongholds held out longer against the darkness than anyone expected, or why the enemy's forces sometimes seemed to lose their way when approaching certain ancient ruins. But in her tower in Minas Tirith, Kalenna knew, and she kept the secret of the Lesser Ring safe, understanding that sometimes the greatest victories are the ones that history never records. Story 6. The ancient stones of Carn Diem whispered their secrets to the wind, their weathered faces bearing silent witness to centuries of darkness. In the fading light of dusk, wisps of unnatural mist curled around the ruined battlements, carrying with them the echoes of forgotten spells and broken promises. It was here, in the heart of what was once the dreaded realm of Angmar, that Durin's folk had first noticed the strange light's pale green illuminations that danced across the northern skies like phantom flames, accompanied by haunting melodies that seemed to emerge from the very rocks themselves. Thorin Stonehelm, master craftsman of the Iron Hills, stood at the edge of a precipice, his weathered hands gripping his war hammer as he surveyed the valley below. Beside him, Celebrinder of Linden, one of the few remaining Noldoran elves in Middle-earth, traced ancient runes carved into a fallen column. The unlikely pair led a joint expedition of dwarves and elves, the first such collaboration since the days of Narvi and Celebrimbor in the region. "The stones remember," Celebrinder murmured, his ageless face troubled as his fingers followed the intricate patterns. "These are not mere ruins, Thorin. The Witch King's malice runs deep, woven into the very foundation of this place." The dwarf lord nodded grimly, his beard braided with silver clasps that caught the last rays of the setting sun. "Aye, we've all felt it. 3 of my best scouts refused to venture deeper into the old fortress. They speak of whispers in the dark, of shadows that move against the wind. Behind them, a small company of 12 dwarven warriors and 6 elven loremasters made camp in the shelter of an ancient gatehouse. The unusual alliance had formed out of necessity, after both peoples had independently discovered that the evil of Angmar had not entirely died with the fall of Sauron. Something remained, festering in the bones of the mountain, growing stronger with each passing month. As night fell, the green lights began their ethereal dance once more, accompanied by a soft, keening song that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Celebrinder's eyes narrowed as he watched the display, his immortal memory recalling similar manifestations in the First Age, when the servants of Morgoth had woven their dark enchantments into the foundations of their fortresses. "The pillars," he said suddenly, turning to Thorin. "The Witch King would have needed anchor points for his most powerful spells, physical manifestations of his will. If we can find them, we can break them." Thorin finished, a spark of understanding lighting his eyes. "My people have long known how to unmake what has been made. But these would be no ordinary constructions." The following days saw the company delving deeper into the ruins of Carn Diem. They discovered chambers where the very air felt thick with malevolence, and great halls whose walls were covered in runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. The dwarves' expertise in stonecraft revealed hidden passages, while the elves' ancient knowledge helped them avoid the worst of the lingering curses. Their first major breakthrough came when Nari, one of the younger dwarven warriors, discovered a chamber deep beneath the main fortress. The room was perfectly circular, its walls embedded with black crystals that pulsed with a sickly green light. At its center stood a pillar of obsidian, covered in runes that combined the angular precision of Khuzdul with the flowing scripts of the Eldar. "This is unprecedented," breathed Felindril, an elven loremaster, as she studied the inscriptions. "These runes, they're a perversion of both our arts. The Witch King took the crafting secrets of both our peoples and twisted them to his purpose." Thorin's face darkened with anger. "Then it will take both our peoples to undo his work." They found 3 more pillars in the days that followed, each hidden in chambers that mirrored the cardinal directions. Each discovery brought with it new challenges, traps that combined dwarven engineering with elven enchantments, corrupted to dark purpose. 2 members of their company were lost, an elven scholar to a poisoned dart, and a dwarven warrior to a chasm that appeared beneath his feet without warning. The task of unmaking the pillars proved even more dangerous than finding them. Each one required both elven and dwarven arts working in perfect harmony, the dwarves to understand and unmake the physical structure, the elves to unravel the magical bindings. The process had to be completed simultaneously at all for sites, forcing the company to split their already small numbers. On the night of the new moon, when the green lights in the sky burned brightest, they made their attempt. Thorin and Celebrinder took the northern pillar, the most powerful of the 4, while their companions positioned themselves at the others. The air itself seemed to resist their efforts, thick with centuries of malevolent magic. The elven songs of unmaking rose into the night, their clear voices weaving counterspells to the Witch King's ancient curses. Simultaneously, the dwarves began their work, their hammers striking the pillars in precise rhythms that matched the cadence of the elven enchantments. The very mountain seemed to shudder around them. Then everything went wrong. The spirit of the Witch King might have been destroyed at the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, but his power had seeped into the stones of Angmar for centuries. As the pillars began to crack, that power lashed out. Shadows took solid form, attacking the groups at each pillar. The dead walked again not as wraiths, but as animations of pure malice given form by the breaking enchantments. At the northern pillar, Thorin and Celebrinder found themselves fighting back to back against these manifestations of ancient evil. The dwarf's hammer glowed with a cold light as it struck the shadows, each blow accompanied by words of power and Khuzdul. Celebrinder's blade flashed like starfire, his voice never faltering in the songs of unmaking even as he defended against the assault. "We must complete the ritual," Celebrinder shouted above the chaos. "The others will do their part," Thorin responded, his hammer crushing another shadow into nothingness. "Have faith in our peoples, elf." Together, the battle seemed to last for hours, though it could only have been minutes. The shadows pressed closer, their touches bringing crushing despair and memories of ancient defeats. But at each pillar, dwarf and elf stood together, their combined strength greater than the sum of their parts. When the end came, it came suddenly. The four pillars shattered simultaneously, their destruction releasing a wave of power that swept through the ruins like a cleansing storm. The shadows dissolved, the green lights in the sky flickered and died, and the ancient stones of Carndiem groaned as centuries of evil enchantments unraveled. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the mountains, the survivors gathered to count their losses and tend their wounds. 4 more of their company had fallen in that final battle, their sacrifices ensuring the success of their mission. The ruins of Carndiem still stood, but they were now just ruins, the lingering power of the Witch King finally broken. Thorin and Celebrinder stood once again at the precipice where their journey had begun, watching the sunrise paint the valley in colors of hope. The air felt lighter, cleaner, though both knew it would be many years before the land fully recovered from its long darkness. "Perhaps," Celebrinder said quietly, "this is why our peoples were meant to work together. Not just in crafting beauty, as in the days of old, but in unmaking darkness as well." Thorin nodded, running a hand over his hammer's head, its surface now marked with runes that glowed faintly in the morning light. "Aye. And perhaps it need not end here. There are other shadows in this world, other wrongs to right. They descended from the ruins together, dwarf and elf, their partnership forged in battle against ancient evil. Behind them, the stones of Carndiem stood silent in the morning light, their shadows now nothing more than shadows, their whispers finally stilled. In the years that followed, the tale of the cleansing of Angmar became a legend among both peoples, a reminder that the greatest victories come not through strength of arms alone, but through the willing cooperation of all free peoples against the darkness. The green lights never danced again in the northern skies, and while evil might never be fully vanquished from Middle-earth, this one shadow, at least, had been finally put to rest. Story 7. The mists of dawn crept slowly over the great river Anduin, weaving between the ancient pillars of Argonath like ghostly fingers. Erahale, descendant of the Dee-Nidain Rangers, stood at the prow of his small boat, his weathered hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he gazed up at the towering kings of old. 20 years had passed since the fall of Sauron, yet something stirred in the lands of his ancestors, a whisper of power that called to him through dreams and ancient scrolls. In the archives of Minas Tirith, he had discovered fragments of a map drawn by Vorindil, the steward, hinting at the existence of a forgotten Palant-R. Unlike its corrupted siblings, this seeing stone had been hidden away by the kings of Arnor in their final days, protected by spells of concealment that merged both elven and Angmar magic. The sound of soft singing drew his attention downstream, where the ethereal voice of Lothwin, one of the few remaining Galadrim of Lothal, drifted across the water. Her silver hair caught the morning light as she stood in her own vessel, reading the signs of power that still lingered in these ancient waters. Behind her boat, a sturdy dwarven craft carried Dee and Ironfoot's grandson, Enin, whose knowledge of stone and ancient crafting would prove essential in their quest. The river remembers. Lothwin called out, her voice carrying easily across the water. The Palant are passed this way, carried north in the dead of night when Arthdane was falling. The waters hold memories of its passage. Enin's gruff voice added to the conversation. I, and the stones remember too. My people helped craft the chamber where it was hidden, a collaboration between the finest masons of Moria and the craftsmen of Arnor. Few such works remain in Middle-earth. The three boats continued their journey northward, following the course of the Anduin toward the ancient boundaries of Arnor. As they traveled, the landscape changed from the familiar territories of Gondor to the wild lands that had once been home to proud kingdoms of men. Ruins emerged from the Mist's watchtowers, bridges, and fortresses that had stood guard over these lands in ages past. Their first trial came at the rapids of Sarn Geber, where the remnants of an ancient ward spell still lingered. The waters churned with unnatural fury, threatening to dash their boats against the rocks. It was Lothwin's voice that saved them, her songs of power calming the waters just enough to allow safe passage, though the effort left her drained and pale. As they made camp that night on the western bank, Arahale studied the fragments of the map by firelight. The parchment was aged and worn, but the runes still glowed faintly with an inner light when touched by starlight. They spoke of a hidden valley where the kings of old had constructed a chamber of seeing, a place where the Palant-R could be used to watch over the northern realms without the risk of discovery by the enemy. These marks, Enin said, pointing to symbols along the map's edge, they're dwarven craft marks. My ancestors helped build this place, though its location was kept secret even from them. But see here? He indicated a series of intricate patterns. These are markers for hidden doors, the kind only a master mason would recognize. Lothwin leaned forward, her ageless eyes studying the patterns. Yes, and these lines here are elven wards, similar to those that once protected the borders of Lothal. They're designed to confuse and misdirect any who might seek the stone with ill intent. Their journey took them further north, past the field of Celebrant, and into the wild lands that had once been part of Rovanion. Here, the river narrowed, and the banks grew steeper, lined with ancient pine forests that seemed to watch their passage with suspicious eyes. Arahale felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. These lands had seen the rise and fall of kingdoms, the passage of armies, and the slow fading of the power of the Dee Nidain. On the seventh day of their journey, they found what they sought. A narrow tributary led them to a hidden valley, where the remains of Angmar architecture could still be seen carved into the living rock of the cliffs. But as they approached, dark shapes moved in the shadows of the ruins. Not all servants of the enemy had perished with their master. ORCs still dwell here, Arahale whispered, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. And something else. Something darker. Lothwin's face was grave. Yes, I feel it too. A fragment of Sauron's will, preserved in whatever remains of the tower's defenses. It sleeps now, but if we wake it, then we'll deal with it, Enin declared, hefting his war axe. Better to face it now than leave such evil to fester. The battle that followed was swift and fierce. The ORCs, though diminished without their master's direct guidance, fought with desperate fury. Erahil's sword flashed in the dim light, its ancient blade remembering its purpose as it clove through the enemy. Enin's axe sang as it struck, each blow precise and deadly, while Lothwin's power manifested as brilliant light that drove back the shadows and confused their foes. But the true challenge came when they reached the central chamber. Here, trapped within the very stones of the tower, they found what remained of one of Sauron's lesser servants, a spirit of malice that had attached itself to the tower's defenses like a parasite. It had been drawn by the lingering power of the hidden LOTR, feeding off its energy while waiting for someone to unlock its prison. The chamber itself was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, perfectly circular, with walls of black stone that seemed to absorb light. At its center stood a pedestal of white marble, and upon it, hidden beneath layers of protective spells, lay the LOTR. "We must break the spirit's hold before we can claim the stone," Lothwin warned, her voice tense with concentration. Its corruption must not be allowed to touch the LOTR. What followed was a battle of wills and powers. Lothwin's elven magic clashed with the dark spirit's malice, while Enin worked to understand and unlock the chamber's ancient mechanisms. Erahil found himself caught between them, his Angmar blood giving him unique connection to both the LOTR and the evil that sought to claim it. As Lothwin's voice rose in ancient songs of power, and Enin's hands worked to redirect the chamber's defensive enchantments, Erahil reached out toward the LOTR. In that moment, he understood why he had been drawn to this quest. His blood, his heritage, his very nature as a descendant of both Angmar and the Dini Dane made him the perfect bridge between the ancient powers at work in this place. The spirit fought back with all its remaining strength, but it was no match for the combined will of elf, dwarf, and man working in harmony. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the chamber through hidden shafts in the ceiling, the spirit's hold was broken, and the LOTR was freed from its long imprisonment. In the aftermath, as they carefully wrapped the seeing stone in protective cloths woven by the elves of Lothlorien, Erahil looked at his companions with newfound respect and understanding. "This victory belongs to all of us," he said quietly. "As do the decisions about what comes next." Lothwin nodded solemnly. "The stone must be protected, but not hidden away to be forgotten. Perhaps it can serve as it was meant to, as a tool for watching over these lands and maintaining the peace we've won at such cost, and my people will help ensure it remains safe," Enin added. "We'll rebuild these defenses, but this time with no darkness hidden within." As they emerged from the chamber into the bright morning light, Erahil felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The LOTR would need a guardian, and his line would continue their ancient duty of protecting the realms of men. But now they would do so not in isolation, but in partnership with the other free peoples of Middle-earth. The stone they carried might look into the distance, but its recovery had shown them something even more valuable, that the strength to resist darkness lay not in ancient artifacts, but in the bonds forged between peoples who chose to stand together against the shadow, no matter how dark the night might become. Story 8. The forges of Erebor sang their ancient song, hammer strikes echoing through halls of gleaming stone as Dee, an iron hand, stood before a weathered scroll, its edges cracked and yellowed with age. The master smith's eyes widened as he traced the intricate diagrams that crossed the ancient parchment patterns that spoke of a craft beyond anything he had seen in his 150 years beneath the mountain. The scroll had been discovered in a forgotten chamber, sealed away since before Smaug's coming. Its secrets were written in both the angular runes of Khuzdul and the flowing script of the Eldar, speaking of a time when the greatest smiths of both peoples had worked together to create wonders that neither could achieve alone. These are the techniques of Narvi and Celebrimber, Dean whispered, his voice filled with wonder. The same methods that had been used to forge the doors of Durin now lay before him, but the knowledge came with a price. It would require the aid of the elves of the woodland realm to bring these ancient arts back to life. Word was sent to King Thranduil's halls, and within a fortnight, a small company of elven craftsmen arrived at Ereber's gates, led by Kaliner, a smith who had studied under the artisans of a region in the Second Age. The tension in the great hall was palpable as dwarf and elf faced each other across the ancient workbenches. These patterns, Kaliner said, his ageless face illuminated by the forge fire as he studied the scroll. They speak of binding starlight to metal, of weaving spells of protection into the very fabric of the steel. But the techniques require both our people's skills, the dwarven mastery of metal and stone, and the elven understanding of light and song. Some of the older dwarves grumbled at this, their memories of past grievances still bitter. But Dean raised his hand for silence. The dragons stir in the gray mountains once more, he said gravely. Our scouts have seen their winged shadows on the northern peaks. If we are to defend our homes, we must put aside old hatreds and reforge old alliances. The work began slowly, with both sides watching each other warily. The elven smiths brought with them crystals that held captured starlight, while the dwarves provided metals that had been folded 1,000 times in the depths of their mountain forges. Each day was a delicate dance of different traditions and techniques. Each night, a careful negotiation of boundaries and trust. The first breakthrough came when young Thorin Stonyarm, Dean's apprentice, discovered that the elven songs of power harmonized perfectly with the rhythmic striking of dwarven hammers. The combined resonance caused the metal to flow like water, accepting both people's crafting techniques in ways that had been impossible before. It's like the metal itself remembers, Thorin said wonderingly, watching as patterns of starlight danced across the surface of a newly forged blade. Remembers when our peoples worked as one, but not all were pleased with this cooperation. Nori the Elder, keeper of the guild's most ancient traditions, saw it as a betrayal of Mahal's teachings. We were given our craft by the Valar themselves, he declared in the feast hall. What need have we of elven magic? The answer came sooner than anyone expected. On a cold autumn morning, the watchman on the heights spotted dark wings against the dawn, a young dragon, drawn perhaps by the rumors of renewed prosperity under the mountain. The beast was smaller than Smaug had been, but no less deadly for its size. The warning horns echoed through Ereber's halls as the dragon descended. But this time, the mountain's defenders were ready. The gates they had forged with their combined arts gleamed with an inner light, the metal remembering both the strength of the earth and the brilliance of the stars. When the dragon's fire struck, it found not mere metal and stone, but something far more ancient and powerful. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations in both elven halls and dwarven feasts. The dragon's flames met the newly forged defenses and were turned aside, its claws finding no purchase on metal that had been quenched in starlight. The great beast's frustration grew with each failed assault, until finally, it fled back to the northern wastes, its pride wounded more than its body. In the aftermath, as dwarf and elf stood together on the battlements watching the dragon's retreat, something changed in the atmosphere of the mountain. The success of their combined craft had proven what the ancient scrolls had claimed, that together they could achieve what neither could alone. Perhaps, Kaliner said quietly, this is why these techniques were preserved, not just for the making of beautiful things, but for the defense of all free peoples against the shadow. Dean nodded, running his hand along a section of wall where dwarven runes and elven scripts now intertwined. Aye, and perhaps it's time we remembered other old alliances as well. The world grows no safer with age. In the years that followed, the forges of Erebor became a place where both peoples could be found working side by side. The ancient techniques were not just preserved, but expanded upon, creating works that combined the best of both traditions. The gates were strengthened, the walls enhanced, and new wonders were crafted that had not been seen since the days of Eregion. More importantly, the cooperation between the smiths of Erebor and the craftsmen of the woodland realm became a symbol of what could be achieved when ancient prejudices were set aside. Young dwarves and elves began to seek apprenticeships in each other's realms, ensuring that the combined knowledge would not be lost again. And if travelers in the north sometimes heard the sound of elven songs mingling with the ring of dwarven hammers echoing from the lonely mountain, they would smile, knowing that some bonds, like the finest metals, grow stronger when tested by fire. The dragons never returned to challenge Erebor again, though none could say whether it was the strength of the mountain's new defenses that deterred them, or the knowledge that within those ancient halls. The combined wisdom of elf and dwarf had created something that even dragon fire could not destroy: trust, forged in the heat of necessity and tempered by shared purpose, proving stronger than any metal ever crafted beneath the mountain. Story 9. The morning mists clung to the ancient stones of Ithilien like remnants of forgotten dreams. Bergund, captain of the White Company, stood atop the restored walls of Eminarnen, his keen eyes scanning the distant shadows where the mountains of Effeldiath loomed against the dawn. 5 years had passed since the fall of the Dark Tower, yet something stirred in the east, whisper of movement where no movement should be. Reports had reached Prince Faramir's court of strange activities in the old ruins, Haradrim warriors moving in secret through the abandoned places of Ithilien, seeking something in the remnants of Gondor's ancient outposts. More troubling were the rumors of lights in forgotten towers and chants in languages that made the very air grow thick with dread. They delved too deep into places best left undisturbed. Came a melodious voice beside him. Bergen turned to find Linderith, one of the woodland scouts sent by King Thranduil to aid in Ithilien's restoration. The elf's ancient eyes held a shadow of concern as he gazed eastward. The ruins they search are not merely stone and memory. They hold secrets of Enmenor that were sealed away for good reason. Bergen nodded grimly. Prince Faramir spoke of this. In the days before the fall of Enmenor, some of their greatest works were hidden here in Ithilien. Not all were meant for the good of Middle-earth. The decision was made that morning in the halls of Eminarnen. Bergen would lead a patrol of his finest warriors, accompanied by Linderith and 2 other elven scouts, to investigate these incursions and, if necessary, stop whatever the Haradrim sought to unleash. They set out as the sun climbed over the mountains, a small company moving like shadows through the recovering forests of Ithilien. The land itself seemed to aid their passage, branches bending to obscure their movement, leaves hushing their footsteps. This was the gift of the elves who had come to heal these lands, their songs and presence slowly awakening the ancient magic that had long slumbered in Ithilien's soil. Their first encounter with the Haradrim came 3 days into their journey, at the ruins of an old watchtower that had once guarded the approaches to Minas Ithil. The southerners had established a camp in the tower's shadow, their red and black standards hidden beneath the trees. But it was what they were doing that caused Linderith's face to grow grave with concern. They are using ancient artifacts, he whispered as they watched from concealment. See how they place those stones and patterns? Those are Enmenrine waymarks meant to guide the user to places of power. But the patterns they form, they seek something dark. Through careful observation and quieter questioning of captured scouts, the truth began to emerge. The Haradrim were not acting alone. They were guided by a figure they called the Voice of the Deep, a sorcerer who claimed to have discovered ancient texts speaking of a power sealed away by the kings of old. something that could wake the sleeping strength of Angmar. The patrol tracked the Haradrim's movements, marking how their searches centered on a valley deep in the shadows of the LOTR. Here, half buried in the earth and nearly consumed by vegetation, stood the remains of what must once have been a great temple or place of learning. "This was our Farazan's folly," Linderith said softly, reading the worn inscriptions on a fallen column. In his pride, he sought to unlock the secrets of immortality itself. When his experiments grew too dangerous, the faithful of Angmar sealed this place, binding it with spells of forgetting and silence, but the seals were weakening. As they watched, the Haradrim began uncovering more of the temple. Led by a tall figure in robes of midnight, blew the voice of the deep. The air grew heavy with the weight of awakening power, and in the distance, thunder rolled from cloudless skies. "We cannot allow them to break the final seals," Bergen declared. "Whatever sleeps here must remain sleeping. The battle that followed would be long remembered in the songs of both Gondor and the Woodland realm." The White Company struck from the shadows like lightning, their swords gleaming with the cold fire in the gloom. The elven scouts moved like wind through leaves, their arrows finding marks with uncanny accuracy. But the Haradrim fought with the desperate fury of those driven by dark purpose, and their leader wielded powers that spoke of long study in forbidden arts. The turning point came when Bergen, bleeding from a dozen small wounds, fought his way to the temple's inner sanctum. There, the voice of the deep stood before an ancient altar, chanting words that made the very stones groan in protest. The air shimmered with unnatural energies, and through a gathering darkness, Bergen could see something taking shape, a gateway opening to depths best left undisturbed. It was Linderith who provided the key to victory. Even as the sorcerer's magic reached its peak, the elf's clear voice rose in a counter-song, an ancient hymn to Alberith that had been old when Angmar itself was young. The pure notes seemed to crystallize in the air, forming patterns of light that pushed back against the gathering darkness. Bergen seized his moment. As the sorcerer's concentration wavered, the captain of the White Company struck, his sword describing a perfect arc that ended the dark ritual in a single stroke. The gathering powers collapsed in upon themselves, and the temple's remaining seals, strengthened by Linderith's song, renewed their ancient purpose. In the aftermath, as they bound their wounds and ensured no trace of the Haradrim's work remained, Bergen stood with Linderith among the ruins. The elf was carefully copying down the warnings inscribed on the temple's walls, ensuring this knowledge would not be lost again. "Not all victories are won by the sword alone," Linderith observed, looking up from his work. "Sometimes the greatest battles are fought with memory and wisdom, keeping safe the knowledge of which doors should remain closed." Bergen nodded, watching as his men began the work of recovering the temple, ensuring it would once again be hidden from those who might seek its secrets. And sometimes the greatest strength lies not in what we dare to do, but in what we wisely choose to leave undone. The last patrol of Athelion returned to Eminarnen as autumn's first leaves began to fall. Their tale was recorded in Prince Faramir's chronicles, a reminder that even in times of peace, there remained a need for vigilance, not just against the obvious threats of sword and fire, but against the subtler dangers of forgotten knowledge and ancient power. The temple in the valley was never found again, though many tried to seek it in the years that followed. The forests of Athelion grew thick around it, and the spells of concealment, renewed by elven songs and human courage, kept its secret safe. But on certain nights, when the stars shine bright above the LOTR, they say you can still hear echoes of Linderith's song, reminding all who had listened that some parts of the past are best left to rest in peace. Story 10. The eternal darkness of Moria pressed against the torchlight like a living thing, as Thorin Three-Stonehelm led his company deeper into the ancient halls of his forebears. The light caught the edges of runes carved into the black stone walls, their messages half worn by the passing of thousands of years. Behind him, 12 of his most trusted warriors moved in silence, their boots making no sound on the dusty floor, a skill all dwarves learned young in these treacherous depths. 60 years had passed since the fall of Sauron, and still Moria remained a place of shadow and memory. Yet something had drawn them here, beyond the mere desire to reclaim their ancient home. In the archives of Erebor, Thorin had discovered references to a treasure unlike any other, the crown of Durin's Light, forged from mithril and star gems in the First Age. Said to hold the power to unite all 7 dwarf clans under a single banner once more. "The air changes here," whispered Nori the Younger, his voice barely carrying to Thorin's ears. "Do you feel it?" Like the stone itself remembers something we've forgotten, they had ventured beyond the well-mapped regions of Moria, into deeper halls where even the Balrog had not ventured. Here, the architecture spoke of an older time, when the friendship between elves and dwarves had been strong, and their crafts had mingled in ways long forgotten. A sound echoed through the darkness, the scrape of metal on stone, and the company froze. In the shadows ahead, red eyes gleamed like dying embers. The ORCs of Moria had grown fewer since Sauron's fall, but those that remained had become more cunning, more desperate. The attack came swiftly, a wave of twisted forms emerging from hidden crevices in the rock. But Thorin's company was ready. Their axes sang in the darkness, their movements practiced and precise. These were veterans of the War of the Ring, warriors who had fought at Erebor and Dale. The ORCs, for all their ferocity, found themselves outmatched. In the aftermath of the skirmish, as they bound their minor wounds, an unexpected voice called out from the darkness ahead, clear and musical, entirely unlike the harsh cries of the ORCs. "Well fought, Thorin, son of Dee in Ironfoot. Though perhaps we might offer some assistance in finding what you seek." From a hidden passage stepped 3 elves of Lothal Reen, led by Celebrith, one of the few Galadrim who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth. Their presence here was no accident. They too had been drawn by rumors of the crown, though for different reasons. "The crown you seek is more than mere treasure," Celebrith explained, as the 2 groups warily joined forces. It was crafted in the days when Celebrimbor himself walked these halls as friend to Narvi. Within it lies not just the power to unite the dwarf clans, but a portion of the very craft that later went into the making of the 3 elven rings Thorin's grip tightened on his axe. "And what interest do the elves have in a crown of dwarf make?" "Peace," Celebrith raised his hands. "We come not to claim it, but to ensure it is found by one worthy of its power. Dark things stir in the deep places of the world, Thorin Stonehelm. The time may come again when all free peoples must stand together, their journey continued deeper, dwarf and elf moving together through the ancient halls." The elves' presence proved invaluable. Their ancient knowledge helped decode inscriptions that even the dwarves had forgotten, and their light seemed to push back the shadows more effectively than mere torches. They found their first true sign of the crown's location in a vast chamber whose ceiling was lost to darkness. Here, carved into a wall of polished obsidian, was a map unlike any Thorin had seen before. The runes were written in both Khuzdul and the high tongue of the elves, speaking of a chamber deep below even the lowest mines, where the crown had been hidden in the last days before Durin's Bane awoke. But they were not alone in their search. As they deciphered the map's mysteries, drums began to beat in the deep, not the drums of ORCs, but something older, more terrible. The very air grew thick with malice. "The nameless things," Celebrith whispered, his immortal face showing fear for the first time. they that gnaw at the roots of the world. Even Sauron feared to go into their deep places. What followed was a desperate race through the lowest levels of Moria. The company fled through halls that had not seen light since the First Age, pursued by horrors that could barely be glimpsed in the darkness. Ancient traps and collapsing passages threatened them at every turn, while the beating of those terrible drums grew ever closer. The crown's resting place, when they finally reached it, was both more and less than they had expected. A simple chamber, perfectly circular, with walls of pure mithril that seemed to glow with their own inner light. At its center, on a pedestal of stone, sat the crown of Durin's light, a band of silvery metal set with gems that caught and magnified even the faintest light, creating patterns like stars in a night sky. But taking it proved to be only half the challenge. As soon as Thorin lifted the crown from its resting place, the chamber's ancient defenses awakened. The walls began to shift and move, and the sounds of their pursuers grew closer. It was only through the combined skills of both peoples that they survived. The dwarves' knowledge of stone helped them navigate the changing passages, while the elves' ancient magic held their enemies at bay long enough to reach the upper levels. When they finally emerged into the great hall of Moria, blood-stained and exhausted but triumphant, something had changed between the two groups. The crown's light seemed to affect elf and dwarf alike, awakening memories of an age when their peoples had worked together to create wonders. Perhaps, Thorin said, holding the crown up to the shaft of sunlight that pierced the darkness through Durin's emblematic crown carved in the mountain's face. This is why it remained hidden for so long. Not because we weren't ready to find it, but because we weren't ready to find it together, Celebrith nodded solemnly. The greatest treasures of the elder days were never meant for one people alone. They were meant to remind us of what we can achieve when we set aside our differences. In the years that followed, the crown of Durin's light did indeed help unite the dwarf clans, but not in the way the old tales had predicted. Its discovery marked the beginning of a new age of cooperation between elves and dwarves in the north. The halls of Moria were gradually reclaimed, with both peoples working together to drive out the darkness and restore the ancient kingdom to its former glory. And if sometimes in the deepest night, those terrible drums could still be heard beating in the roots of the mountain, they served only to remind both peoples that some shadows could only be faced together.